Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for a moment of silence for the men and women of our armed services. Thank you. The notice requirements of the Open Public Meeting Act of the State of New Jersey have been satisfied by the inclusion of the date, time, and place of this meeting in the notice of regular meetings adopted by this board on January 5th, 2026. Such schedule and notice of meetings is posted at the Municipal Building, the Mount Olive Library, the Board of Education offices, and the 6 schools, was submitted to the Daily Record for publication on January 6th, 2006, and was filled with the clerk of Mount Olive Township on January 6th, 2006. I direct that this announcement be entered into the minutes of this meeting. Roll call, Ms. Schoening.
Mrs. Aquino?
Here.
Ms. Brett?
Here.
Mrs. Fitzgerald?
Here.
Mrs. Melendez?
Here.
Mrs. O'Neill?
Here.
Mr. Orzillo?
Here.
Mr. Petrie?
Here.
Mrs. Figuera? Dr. Giordano?
Here. Approval of the minutes. Ms. Aquino?
I'd like to make a motion to approve action items 2.1 and 2.2.
Second.
Question or comments from the board? Seeing none, roll call, Ms. Schoening.
Mrs. Aquino?
Yes.
Mrs. Fitzgerald?
Yes.
Ms. Brett?
Yes.
Mrs. Melendez?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Neill?
Yes.
Mr. Orzillo?
Yes.
Mr. Petrie?
Yes.
Dr. Giordano?
Yes. Communications petitions for the superintendent? The board did receive 2 communications regarding a teacher, one from Ms. Narcisse and one from Ms. Wenzel, in support of that teacher. And the board will be hearing that later in closed session. Superintendent's report. For your brief superintendent's report, Dr. Bangio, the floor is yours.
I'd like to say everyone came here for the superintendent's report. At this time, I'd like to invite Ms. Souffle to recognize our student recipients.
Thank you. All righty, thank you, everybody. I know that school has ended, and there have been some really amazing messages delivered by our administrative staff. Just at the very beginning, I walked in, at least 8 people told me to go quick, because I guess they know that I do ramble on a little bit, perhaps, and also even Dr. Giordano in the first 5 seconds is like listening to an audio book on 1.8, just kind of rustling right through. So we are going to move quickly. It's, I've always liked tonight. We do it 3 times a year to celebrate our incredible coaches and our athletes who have sacrificed so much. And I do appreciate, we know that school has ended and that you've taken the time out of your already summer plans, perhaps, to come here, and the room is packed, and that's really important. And we know that at Mount Olive High School, we really are the porch of the district, and we represent well. And I'm really proud of our coaches, and I'm really proud of our parents, and I'm especially proud of our student athletes who have made so much incredible sacrifice. In the last, at graduation the other day, there were 3 really amazing messages. One by Mr. Stansberry, basically be kind, right? And then Mr. Orzillo followed up with being intentional, being brave, going out and doing things that are hard. And then, of course, Dr. Bangio followed up by intentional choices. So there have been some really incredible messaging that's been going on. So I will not repeat any of that stuff. It's been there. We've celebrated this year. We've celebrated the fall athletes. We've celebrated the winter athletes, and now we're celebrating the spring athletes with a little bit of sprinkle from the winter. The first thing I'd like to do is honor 2 coaches who've had incredible years, reaching great milestones. Our first coach has been here for plus 20 years. He's one of the guys that is incredibly passionate, that works hard and is diligent. He comes into my office often, and he wants to do better. He wants the girls to do better. He wants to succeed consistently, and he's always looking to go to the next level. This year, he reached a 200-mile win milestone, so congratulations, Coach Romano. Yes. Our other coach, and he's here to celebrate a fascinating season. Last year, he was division champ. This year, his incredible baseball team are county champs. One of the things that I specifically love about this coach is that I remember at the end of, we were in Montville, and they had just slayed the dragon, Dale Barton, and one of the things, that's right, and you know, when teams win and championships are won, there's an environment, there's a vibe in wherever you're at, whether it be a gymnasium or a field or a diamond. And what I learned from this baseball team is that it actually, what it did is confirm what I already knew, is that championships are won in the off season, and championships are won in relationships. And Coach Zock taught me what a clubhouse means. 3 or 4 years ago, some things were going on in the locker room, and he said, that's a clubhouse. And I said, no, Pete, that's a locker room. And like, these things need to happen in there. And he said, no, that's where boys become men, in the clubhouse. And I watched him take this group of young men into a championship season that is unlike any other experience that I have been through. And at the end of that game, it was clear to me that that game was won because those kids played for each other. And I had not really experienced that at the level where that was so evident that night. So Coach Zock, you've got your 100th win, and I see a future, a legacy of high school baseball coaching for you. Thank you for what you've done to Mount Olive baseball and the young men that have been in your care over the last couple of years. So Coach Zock for 100. I'd like to introduce Coach Grossenstein and Coach Malfetto. They will be communicating about our unified track and field and our unified athletes.
Hi, everyone. So I could talk for like hours about my unified track and field team, but I know we're on a time constraint, and there's so many other incredible sports out here to get recognized. I just want to start out by saying I do unified sports because when I sit back and watch the kids practice or at club meetings, they are genuine. Each and every one of you are inclusive, and you just make my heart so full every day. So I am so proud of each and every one of you. So I think to start out today, we had an incredible season. We participated in the Unified Track and Field NJSIAA championships. And for the last couple seasons, it's been really hard to place. But this season, we had so many medals that we were just so excited. So we felt like we should recognize them today. So when I call your name, you can come up and get your certificate. So we had in the shot put, third place, Nick Jacobson. Sophia Fulmer, third place, 100 meters. Good job. Sophia also was third place in the 4x100 relay. Sophia Perillo, third place in the 4x100 relay. Vika Christian's relay came in second place. Natalie Billheimer, also second place in the 4x400. Nick Jacobson, come back up. He loves the 400. So he also was in that relay of the 4x400s. And then we had other athletes, but they're not here today. But I just want to recognize Harendra Jagat. He received first place in the shot put in our division. We also wanted to recognize, as part of our unified track and field season, we also participated in the Special Olympics Summer Games in New Jersey. So we wanted to recognize all of those athletes who did participate. Sophia Fulmer, third place, 100 meters.
So we had 12 athletes that went with us, and they made it through. First, we have a competition in Hackettstown, which is our division, and then after earning first or second at Hackettstown, they're invited to states if they qualify. So we had 12 athletes that went with us to states for Special Olympics. They've won multiple medals. I don't have all the places because we won a lot of medals. However, the Special Olympics oath that we always say is let me win, and if I cannot win, let me be brave in the attempt. And you'll see on the back of their Special Olympics t-shirts, let me be brave in the attempt, and every single one of them did their best and was very brave in the attempt, and we're very proud of them. So, yeah. Our 12 athletes, Lauren Dowd, Faith Carmelite Ramirez, Ariel Gill, Emily Mwanga Mukasa, Sophia Fulmer. Shay Fulmer, Shaylin Fulmer. Be kind. Good job. Alex Boyce. Frankie Zimmerman. And we have, not present tonight, we have Michael Gobriel, Josh Manga, Nadir Muhaisen, and Noah Williams. They were also part of it. Very proud of them all. All right, since I'm up here, I'll continue to speak. So we have an athlete and a partner that we're going to recognize as our unified partner and athlete of the year. Proud to announce our unified athlete. She participates in all our sports. She is a 3-season athlete, but also participates in Spirit Squad. She does bowling, track and field, soccer, participates in all of our fundraisers and in our leadership committee. She's been captains of all our teams. She's also very talented, one of our faster runners. And this year has also had the privilege of making the Red Bulls unified soccer team, representing us there. She's amazing. We're happy to have her, Sophia Fulmer. Very proud of you.
So our next is our Unified Partner of the Year. This young lady has, like I said, a special gift. When I sit back and I watch practice or I watch kids interact at our Unified Club meetings, she is always engaged and talking to every student all the time. And Megan Rodas, please come up. She doesn't need to be told what to do. She has so much initiative, and she shows such leadership. Megan, you're the one that I look at every time, every single time. You're just inclusive. You're always smiling. It's been such a pleasure coaching you. I know senior year, it's been, a little difficult to get to, every practice that we've had, but I'm incredibly proud of you. We're incredibly proud of you.
4 years she's dedicated
Yes.
to Unified.
So that concludes my speech. I did want to go on longer, but we are going to introduce Mr. Smythe. He is going to talk about his wrestling ring celebration.
All right. I'd like to thank the Mount Olive Board of Education. Again, my second time here this year. It's always an honor to see you guys. Wrestlers, make your way up here, Stephen. Come on. It's always an honor to come here, and tonight's a little extra special for our program that the Board of Education was behind us and support us. Once again, your continued support goes a long way for us, that they were able to purchase us rings for separate there, that they were able to support us. And buy the wrestling team championship rings. This season, there was a lot of hard work and effort, and not just talking about one season. This is a program that we started here a long time ago, and a lot of people put a lot of time into it, and this is kind of their payday. This is what years and years of going in a wrestling room, getting beat up every day, the blood, sweat, and tears that come out of it, and this is kind of the reward at the end for these guys. Again, I can't say enough about them and the continued support that we have through the school district, starting with the board, trickling all the way down to our principal, our athletic secretary. They're all here tonight. It means a lot to us as a program, and it also goes down to my coaching staff. Mr. Sherrance, who's was one of the National Hall of Fame wrestling years ago, always told me when I first came to Mount Olive, he goes, surround yourself with good people and good things will happen. And that's what's happened here at Mount Olive. I was surrounded by good people above me, and I was able to bring in some great coaches, and that's been the secret to our success. So thank you for all your support tonight. At this time, I'd like to call up wrestlers by names, and they're going to be what's that? I know it. Thanks. Do you need... good people. See, this is teamwork. Come to the wrestling banquet. This is usually how it goes. So we were lucky enough to get rings, and they were put in cases for display. Because we were lucky enough to get a ring a couple years ago. My ring sits in a box, but now I'm going to display them in my house. My wife's going to love it. So, our first recipient I'd like to call up is Andrew Katsiganis. AJ, come on up, AJ. You guys ready? That's for you. Stand right over there. Next. Nakai Hernandez. We're working on the handshaking. There you go, buddy. And who's this? Okay, Nicholas Orzillo. Senior, Stephen Hayek. Senior Cole Voigt. Senior Captain Anthony Piemonte. Okay, junior Colin Smythe. Yeah. Glad the coach's kid followed the dress code tonight. Senior Jack Bacigalupo. Junior captain Justin Bullock. Junior state place winner Jared Martini. Junior Carmine Antonella. Junior Mason Kilka. Thanks, bud. Junior Drew Capolo. It says Scott on the right. Junior Nicholas Drew. Sophomore Thomas McDonald. Nicholas Bacigalupo. All right, the moment we'll all be waiting for. I cannot pronounce his name. Alex Schwizzers. I'll get it right before he graduates. I'm trying. All right. And then I just have a few more folks, I promise. Okay, one of my assistant coaches. Surround yourself with great people. Here's one of them, Dave Ryerson. Assistant coach, again, great people, Joe Barchetta. Assistant coach, Bill Romano, Big Nitro coach. Dan Altamira. So, last one I want to give out. Back in 1999, I was hired here at Mount Olive High School, and I'll never forget sitting in an interview room where there was 3 people sitting down, and they were basically making fun of each other more than they were interviewing me. And I didn't know if I got the job walking out of the room. And this principal, has been here ever since, and he's done a lot for me and my program. And I want to let him know that thank you for all your support, Mr. Stansbury. We really appreciate it. Mr. Stansbury. Thank you. Right? Stop. All right. I'm sorry, I do have one, I have two more. Anyone got an extra pair of readers for him? All right. And of course, with our success, and all coaches here can probably attest to it, a big part of what we do here, I'd like to recognize Katie Rubre. Katie. All right, and of course, where's Katie Rubre? Okay, I have to thank our athletic director. Tons of support. Thank you for everything you do. It's Ms. Colleen Soufflet. Okay, thanks again, Board of Education. I appreciate the time and effort. Wrestlers, come on over here, take a seat, and then we'll get a picture outside for your parents, okay? Okay, next up is track and field. That's Kevin Person. Coach Person.
All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, board. I'm Kevin Person. I'm the boys' head track and field coach. Before I get into talking about some of our individual athletes, I do want to have a quick shout out for the girls team on behalf of Coach Ziad. There were 3 good girl individual underclassmen who had stellar seasons. We had freshman Kendall Pizzarusso, who qualified for nationals in the distance, freshman Gabby Monroe, who qualified for nationals in sprints, and sophomore Jasmine LaRoche, who was second in the county in shot put. So I did want to give them a quick little shout out for this. So I do have 5 individuals that I want to talk about this evening. Unfortunately, the 3 seniors, it's summertime and they're off doing things. So I do have the underclassmen here, but I still want to speak to the seniors since they had fantastic seasons. The first athlete I want to talk about is Cadence Ruprecht. He was a senior captain for us. Cadence, as a junior, had a breakout season, ended up being one of the better sprinters and hurdlers in the county. With that, he set high goals for himself. He worked all off season to make sure he had a very strong senior year. Here's a small snapshot into basically what he accomplished this indoor and outdoor season. For indoor, he was the county champion and sectional champion in the 55-meter hurdles. At sectionals, Northwind Group 3, he broke the sectional record in the 55 hurdles. He qualified for nationals at Boston, Massachusetts, and he was named All-County for Morris County, and he's the 2nd fastest hurdler in school history for us. For outdoor, he was a part of 2 important relays. He was the anchor for our 4x200 and the leadoff runner for our shuttle hurdles, which both earned golds at our Morris County Relay Championships. He was the fastest 110 hurdler in the county, and he was 3rd all-time in our school's history, and he was the best 400 hurdler in Morris County, winning NJACs and being named All-County as well. He's going to continue his track career at Sacred Heart University, competing at the Division I level. So that's for Cadence Ruprecht. Next, I'm going to talk about the 4x400 team, which is a collection of 4 different individuals. So the 4x4, for those who don't know track and field, it's always the last event. It's the premier event, and usually when it comes down to winning a meet, it comes down to this race. In Morris County, the 4x4 is extremely competitive. And unlike other counties where if you win the race once, you're all county, there's multiple criteria that you have to hit to basically prove you deserve it. There's 5 different criteria. If you hit the majority of it, then you get automatically voted in. This year, the team of Bryce David, Nicholas Foley, Anthony Murray, and Ryan Foley, Anthony Murray, and Ryan Foley all earned All-County this year. They were the NJAC champions at the NJAC championship meet. They had the fastest time of the regular season, and they had the fastest time in the state tournament, being the only Morris County team to make it all the way to the meet of champions. So with that, he's not here tonight, but the senior Bryce David, he also will be competing next year at the University of New Haven at the Division I level. So congratulations to the 4x4. And our last athlete, who I mentioned briefly with the 4x4, he couldn't also be here tonight, is Ryan Foley. Ryan is not here because he's at orientation for his college right now, but I wanted to speak to his accomplishments for this year. To say he had a good year was an understatement. When Ryan Foley went onto the track and other teams saw him, the other coaches knew they were fighting for second place. He was simply the top athlete in his events all season long. Once again, a small snapshot of what he accomplished this year. For indoor, he holds 3 school records. He broke the 600, he broke the 800, he broke the 1,000, and he's second all-time in the 400-meter dash. He was the sectional champion in the 800, he was the county champion in the 600, and he was the Group 3 state champion in the 800. He was named All-County and All-State Group 3 and qualified for New Balance Nationals in Boston, Massachusetts. For outdoor, he was the county champion in the 400-meter dash, the conference champion in the 800, the sectional champion in the 800, the group champion in the 800, and he broke a 50-year school record running 2 laps in 1 minute and 52 seconds. Just to put in perspective for how fast he was running. He was all conference, all county, all state group 3. He was the anchor to our 4x4s and 4x8s. He truly was one of the more versatile athletes we've ever had here at Mount Olive, and he's going to continue his track career at Bryant University at the Division I level. So, congrats, Ryan. So, with that, thank you to all the track and field athletes, and I want to bring up Coach O'Connor, Coach Rebels, and Coach Merle to talk about flag football. Thank you.
I'll pick it up. I'm being told to pick it up. Well, I want to thank the Board of Ed for having us here and Dr. Bangia for supporting us and our athletic director, Ms. Souffle. Flag football is a fairly new program. This is our 5th year in existence. It's something new, but it's growing. It's one of the fastest growing sports, not just in New Jersey, but in the country. And we're very fortunate that we've had a great season, great 5 years so far. I want to thank Coach Rebels, Coach Merle for doing a tremendous job with our girls. We do have more than 3 girls, I promise. It's not just those 3. But once summer comes, everyone goes down the shore, and that's where most of our team is, unfortunately, tonight. But we have Molly Smythe for Bexy Melendez and Samantha Oblin here. We had a great year this year. We finished 11-2 overall, finished in the state semifinals, final ranking number 10 in the state. We won our division. It's only our 5th year in existence, but we actually won our division 4 years in a row, and that's a credit to these girls. We have 2 seniors here. We have 10 on the team, and over the last 4 years, this senior group has won over 40 regular season games and have done a tremendous job for us. The future looks bright, and I want to congratulate them and thank them and the board and everyone for supporting us, and we want to hopefully continue with our success. But thank you for all your support. Appreciate it. Thank you. We have Molly Smythe here as one of our captains. Molly also just got back. Molly just got back. Actually, she was chosen to play in the prestigious North-South All-Star game where she scored 2 touchdowns, helped the North team win 34-0. So the North is much better than the South. Great job. Is also All-State. Rebecca Melendez, senior on the team as well. And Samantha Oldland. And also, just so you know, Molly will be playing at Montclair State next year, so if you go cheer her on there as well. We have a couple girls who are going to be going on to college. But congratulations, ladies. Again, thank you to everyone else. Thank you. And at this point, I'd like to invite up Coach Pete Zaccolillo and the Mount Olive baseball team. Come on up.
Thank you guys for the invite tonight. I first want to start off by thanking Colleen and Katie for everything they do for all athletics at Mount Olive. The hours and the time that go into dealing with the programs and the coaches and the kids is just something that we really appreciate all the support that they give us. So I'd like a round of applause for those two. So also, one other thing, I really want to thank Coach Bolin, who's been with me from the beginning. I couldn't do this without him. He's a big part of this program. He's a big part of my sanity when I'm texting him at midnight about roster decisions, and he's like, "Can we go to bed?" But he does help me out a lot, and he's a huge part of this program for us. So I'd like to thank Coach Bolin. Just super quick, as Colleen said, these kids really did slay a dragon this year. I don't think people understand the task that was at hand for these young players and some of you old guys. But it's funny because we started March 9th in the bubble, and Coach Bo and I looked at each other and we said, the talent and the experience is all here. I said, but there's something different about this team, and we said, we don't want to be sitting at the banquet this year watching video of what could have been. So we really got to get these guys right, and kudos to the seniors and the captains that were here. Like Colleen talked about the clubhouse and the locker room. To me, it is a clubhouse. There's a lot of downtime in baseball. There's a lot of ways that kids can grow up and set a good example for each other. And we have guys here that have been here for 4 years that understand the culture that we have. And it's funny because back in 2023, little Robert Hubbard, as a freshman, I said, "Robert, you're starting on varsity Wednesday." And he goes, "Wednesday?" I said, "Yeah, Wednesday." He goes, "It's Del Barton." I said, "I know who it is. You're starting Wednesday against Del Barton." He goes, "Okay." And Liam Shelton, same year. I said, "Liam, you're in relief Wednesday." And he goes, "Wednesday's Del Barton." I said, "I know who's playing Wednesday, and I know who we're playing. But you guys are playing that game." And Colleen spoke about boys turning into men. Fast forward 4 years later, and there's Robert Hubbard on the mound against Del Barton in a county final. There's Liam Shelton, in relief in a county final. And for these guys to really set the tone and go out and slay that dragon, man, it was one of the most incredible nights. It's been 35 years, I think, since Mount Olive won a county tournament. Okay. Well, 30 was since we've been to a final, 35 since they won. But honestly, that's a testament to all the players that are here. So just congratulations to them. So just going to call the players up by name. So senior captain, first all-conference first team, Robert Hubbard. Senior Ryan Swaim. Junior Zach Broderson. Senior captain, all-conference second team, Liam Shelton. Freshman who scored the game-winning run in the county tournament, Tanner Bush. Senior second baseman David Harmon. Sophomore Max Kohler. Senior captain, first team all-conference John Moore. Senior Aaron Klein. The guy that hit the 3-run homer in the counties to kind of have that Rocky making Drago bleed for the first time against Del Barton. Junior, first team all-conference, Braden Longo. Sophomore who hit the double with the game-winning RBI, Lewis Carter. Junior Justin Bullock. Sophomore Tyler Castillo. Thank you.
And with that, we'll conclude tonight's athletic celebration. Thank you so much to the parents and the athletes and the community. A special thank you to Mr. Stansberry, Dr. Bangia, Dr. Giordano, and the entire Board of Education for your support. We certainly are incapable of moving forward or making any progress without support. So thank you so much. Congratulations and have a great summer.
We will take a 5-minute break, but I see everyone's leaving. Thank you for coming out. We're Dr. Bangio, would you like to finish up your superintendent's report?
Yes, at this time, would like to invite Ms. Jackie Bello, our Director of Student Support Services and Programming. She will be presenting on our SSDS data, which is our Student Safety Data Systems and HIB report.
I can't hear it.
Good evening. Dr. Giordano, members of the Board of Education, thank you for having me. Happy summer. This is a data presentation, so following that exuberant sports presentation, it's not quite the same, but this is a compulsory obligation that we have school districts, so I'll have to do this twice a year to submit our data for the Student Safety Data Systems and HIB report. So what that means is any serious discipline infractions, anything that led to suspension or had was marked for needing to be submitted to the state of New Jersey. That's the data I'm going to present tonight. This has been around for a few decades. It used to be called EVVRS. We like acronyms in education. Now it's SSDS. And it's serious discipline infraction, acts of violence, weapons offenses, substance abuse, bullying. So we report all of the investigations we do, whether they're founded or unfounded, as well as the trainings and the programs that we do on the preventative side of anti-bullying. So the first half, I will show the violence, vandalism, weapons, substance abuse. So these are our numbers that were submitted to the state. This reporting period is September 1st through December 31st of 2025. So we submit this twice a year. The second half of the school year, we're compiling that data and submitting it now as we speak. And once the state certifies it, I'll present again in a few months for that spring period. I have the definitions at the bottom. So violence is classified as assault, a fight, a kidnapping, robbery, extortion, sexual assault, sexual contact. Threats, whether they're classified as simple threats or criminal threats. And then for vandalism, arson, computer trespass, damage to property, false public alarm, theft, and trespass. And so you can see our numbers broken down by school. Other incidents leading to removal is all the way to the right. So that basically means that any infraction where a student was suspended, even for a portion of the day, so removal means removing them from their educational environment. Incident total on the left, you'll notice this is how it's supported in the data system, so this is how I report it out to all of you, but the incident total does not match with other incidents leading to removal, but it does get combined with the HIB investigations, which is the next portion that I will show you. So here again, September through December. So you can see the confirmed incidents of HIB, harassment, intimidation, and bullying by each school, and you can also see the number of investigations that we did. Large number of investigations. Oops. I did compare for the past few years because we are a school district that investigates a very large number of HIB allegations, more so than most other school districts around us. And it's because we do investigate everything. Our policy is that if someone alleges that they're being bullied, we take that very seriously and we look into it every time. In order for it to classify as founded, you could see the number of founded through the years has dwindled. Part of the reason for that is because it's a very specific definition in the state of New Jersey that we have to match each piece of the criteria in order for it to be considered founded. Now, over the years, we are trained with professional development year after year, and that training is legal training, where we have attorneys for the state, we have Strauss-Esme attorneys guiding us through this process, and case law changes from year to year, and some nuances picked up based on that case law every year. So we take those trainings very seriously. We implement immediately what we learned in those trainings. And so for a HIB to be founded, an HIB investigation, the act that we're investigating has to be motivated by a distinguishing characteristic. So what does that mean? That means that something about that person has to be the cause for the incident. So it could be racial and ethnic background, it could be what they're wearing that day, it could be the style of their hair, it could be what their makeup looks like. If it's something they can't change about themselves in a minute, then it can be considered as a distinguishing characteristic. So if students are in a conflict and they're in an argument with each other and somebody says something nasty about what you're wearing or how you look, it doesn't necessarily make it fall under the definition of bullying. So it really has to be motivated by the whole argument, the whole incident has to be about that distinguishing characteristic. The other piece of it, if it matches that, it also has to substantially disrupt. So it has to be pervasive, it has to be severe disruption to the educational environment, to the school day, and also to that student. It has to cause significant harm. It cannot be just momentary upset. So these are pretty high bar to meet a founded HIB. Now that does not mean that we can't take action. As soon as we've determined that a student has violated our code of conduct, as soon as we've determined that somebody's feelings are hurt, we can take action and help repair that and help prevent it from happening again. And that's our real charge here. You know, we certainly want to find out if it meets the definition of HIB or not, but we absolutely want to help our students. So the trainings and the programs that we do in order to help the students, and this will be listed on the website. We always post our presentations on the website so that you can go back and look. But we have a great number of programs, trainings, and prevention that goes on every day, woven into the fabric of our schools. Not only this board meeting, but the last board meeting, you saw the kids from Unified, from Best Buddies, and last board meeting, they did a great job talking about all the activities that go along with it, school-wide activities, and also for those specific clubs. That's just a drop in the bucket of what we do for prevention and for training to prevent these instances from happening. So district-wide prevention, we do professional learning communities, PLCs. We give time. A lot of public school districts aren't able to work that time into the school day, into teachers' work days. We give that time for anti-bullying coordinator, which is myself in the district, as well as all of the anti-bullying specialists in the district to meet, to review our cases, to go over case law, to go over best practices. So we do that on a monthly basis. And then in the individual schools, school climate and safety teams meet about 4 times a year. They don't have to meet that frequently, but we do, just because we want to look at trends. Where are these instances happening? How can we prevent it? Can we assign staff to the hallways? Can we put cameras in the stairwells like we did recently at Mount Olive High School? So this is just a small example, believe it or not. But we do monitor for compliance throughout the year. We have to grade ourselves on how well we're doing. We're given a rubric. We have to do that every year. So we revisit that rubric as the year goes on to make sure we're on track. We had a Parent Thrive series. We have a series every year for parents. This year we had Thrive, which is a counseling service, come in about managing stress and anxiety, about social media and how that affects mental health. We also did a few superintendent spotlights in November and again in March. In November, it was specifically about code of conduct. In March, it was about online activity and social media safety for students. And then by grade bands, we do things, of course, that are appropriate for each developmental age. So for elementary students, these are just some of the big programs we have. So this doesn't count all of those little activities that are happening every day. But the big initiatives we have are No Place for Hate, which is a guided SEL curriculum we work through. We have peer mediation. We have character ed school-wide systems to encourage character education. We respect activities, counselor lessons, classroom lessons. Kindness ambassadors is big in our elementary schools. It's not just for 5th grade. They work with the younger kids as those peer role models. Lunch Bunch, Playground Pals. And then in the middle school, I'm very proud of a partnership that we've had for a couple of years with Rutgers. It's PBSIS, Positive Behavior School-Wide Improvement initiatives that Rutgers comes in and coaches us on how to improve climates so that Students are feeling welcomed and comfortable at school. We have No Place for Hate at the middle school as well. I won't read them all, but you can see they do a lot of HIB presentations by grade level throughout the year. You know, those times of year when it's kind of the witching hour, like around December, and then again in the spring. So they do school-wide presentations. They do restorative lunch in the middle school, which is a great practice that the counselors do to work with students who are starting to emerge with having some difficulties before it really gets out of hand. Of course, small group counseling. And at the high school, I'm so proud of Teen Mental Health First Aid, which really trains our sophomores who are interested. We have a large group of sophomores who are interested every year in getting trained to help each other with mental health, and it just promotes, you know, sensitivity and awareness of others around you and how to help them. Of course, Unified Best Buddies, a lot of the same things that we do at the other schools. At the high school, a lot of it is student voice, and students want to run clubs to promote some of these things. The SAVE Club at the high school is very active in mental health and getting the word out to others, which is a great anti-bullying initiative. And of course, school climate and safety team meetings are huge at the high school. We do have parents and staff members on those teams to kind of give some feedback about programs they think that they'd like to see amplified at the school, as well as what they think we can do to prevent incidents of HIV. So that is I tried to make it as concise as possible, but I'm certainly available. I work over the summer. If anybody wants to reach out to me, I am available, happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Bello. Any questions or comments from the board? Yeah, thank you very much, Ms. Bello. Anything else, Dr. Bangio?
That's all I got.
Super. Wow, that was good. Personnel met. We're going to committee reports. Personnel met tonight at 5:45. It was Dr. Bangio, Mr. Moore, Ms. Aquino, Mr. Petrie, and myself. A lot of things we discussed, we will be discussing in closed session. Cannot be repeated out here for a myriad of reasons. But any questions or comments on the agenda items? Seeing none, I think that was the only committee that met. Any board subcommittees? End of year? No, I think we did that last time. Super, moving right along. President's report, I just want to give everyone a brief update. On May 14th, regarding the Mount Olive Villages Water Company. On May 14th, NJDEP filed suit against Mount Olive Villages Water Company and the sewer company seeking an injunction and penalties due to the longstanding violations of state air pollution and water pollution law at the village's sewer plant. We filed a motion to intervene in that litigation, and so has the township. On July 2nd, the court will rule on these motions. On July 6th, the court will hold a hearing on DEP's request that the court order the defendants to act quickly to address these problems. So as soon as we get more information, we will let the community know. Public comments on action items. Action items only. The Board of Education welcomes and encourages input from the public, being mindful of privacy rights regarding students and board employees, and to avoid any potential liability on the part of the speaker, the board discourages references to specific individuals. While directing your comments or questions to the board president, please understand that public comment portions of the meeting are not structured as a question and answer sessions, but rather is offered as opportunities for you to share your thoughts with the board. The board president may need to refer an issue to the superintendent, appropriate chain of command with the school district. If the particular issue has not been handled through the appropriate chain of command with the school district. However, responses may be provided at the end of this session. There are times when comments and questions will require additional fact-gathering information before a response is provided. We ask you to be short, concise, come up, state your name and address for the record, and ask anything on action items and action items only. That's 6-1 all the way down to 10-2. Thank you, Mr. Petrie. These are action items and action items only.
Got it. Hi, everyone. Alyssa Wetzel, 12 North Mount Olive Road, Bud Lake, New Jersey, 07828. Real quick, I would just request that you table agenda item 7.22 after your hearing that you'll have later this evening. My rationale was stated in my correspondence sent to all of you earlier today. No need for me to repeat that reason now, and thank you, Dr. Bangio, for acknowledging that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wenzel.
Stephanie Sherman, 7 Carson Road, Bud Lake. Just kind of piggybacking off of what Ms. Wetzel had said, action item 7.2.2. Again, just to table that one item that she referenced in her correspondence, since the actual hearing has not occurred yet. We would really appreciate the due diligence and the, courtesy of having that hearing fully looked at first. Thank you.
Thank you. Closing to public comment. We certainly can pull that for now and come out of closed session and move that if the board so chooses. Do you have any concerns with that from the board? No? I don't need that. I can just administratively move it. We're just going to administratively move that. So when we vote, everyone will vote from, it'll be 7.2. We'll just skip over that. So basically, we're just removing it all. Is that 7.22? I'm sorry. 7.22. So we're just administratively moving that for after we go into closed session.
The entire one, all of it, because there are other people on that motion.
Yeah, it'll just be easier to do when it's all
Okay,
together.
just
So
take the whole entire
just hit the whole thing and we'll just come back out. Yep, it just makes it simple. So we're just administratively moving that for now. And Ms. Fitzgerald, can I get a consent agenda motion on action items?
You sure can. Upon the recommendation of the superintendent, I'd like to make a motion to approve action items 6.1 all the way down to, where are we?
10.2.
10.2, with the exception of 7.22.
Second.
Questions or comments from the board? Yes, Ms. Brett.
I'll abstain on 6.1, anything pertaining to the township, 7.10, 7.11, 7.15, 7.16, and 9.4.
We got all those? Just make sure.
Ms. Brett, can you just repeat right after 6.1? Just the one right after it. Right before 7.11.
7.11,
Before that.
7.15, 7.16, and 9.4.
There was one between 6.1 and 7.11.
Did you say 7.10, Ms. Brett?
No.
No.
So it's 6.1, 7.11, 1516, and 9.4.
Correct.
Okay.
Super. Any other questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, roll call, Ms. Schoening?
Mrs. Fitzgerald?
Yes.
Ms. Aquino?
Yes.
Ms. Brett?
Yes, other than what we just mentioned.
Mrs. Melendez?
Abstaining 7.26, anything regarding to Angela Sanchez, and yes to everything else.
Mrs. O'Neill?
I need to abstain from anything for Christian Humphrey. I'm abstaining from 7.1 and to everything else. Yes, to everything else.
You're abstaining to 7.1? Mr. Orzillo?
Yes.
Mr. Petrie?
Abstain from 7.15 and 7.16. Yes to everything else.
Mrs. Figuera?
Yes.
Dr. Giordano?
Abstain on anything have to do with subs being hired or sub pay rate? Yes to everything else.
Okay.
Now, here we go, moving right along. Public comments on others. Well, not other people, but on other things going on in the district. The Board of Education welcomes and encourages input from the public, being mindful of privacy rights regarding student and board employees and to avoid any potential liability on the part of the speaker. The board discourages references to specific individuals. While directing your comments or questions to the board present, please understand that public comment portions of this meeting are not structured as a question and answer sessions, but rather are offered as opportunities for you to share your thoughts with the board. The board present may need to refer an issue to the superintendent if the particular issue has not been handled through the appropriate chain of command with the school district. However, responses may be provided at the end of this session. There are times when comments and questions will require additional fact gathering before response is provided. Again, stand up, say your name and address for the record, and ask on anything going on in the Mount Olive School District. Any rumors we can dispel? Anything.
Hi, Stephanie Sherman, 7 Carson Road, Bud Lake. I'm the parent of a 6-year-old child in the district's autism program. I'm here today to speak in support of Mrs. Tara Paez and to respectfully urge that the decision to non-renew her employment be reconsidered. For families like mine, trust is not given easily. It is earned over time through consistency, patience, and demonstrated care. My son is nonverbal and cannot come home and tell me about his day. That means I rely entirely on the adults in his classroom to not only educate, but to understand him, support him, and keep him safe. Mrs. Paez is that person for my child. The progress my son has made this year under her care is not subjective. It is documented. Over the past year, he has progressed from inconsistent, prompted communication to independently labeling items and making requests with emerging ability to combine words. He has improved his ability to respond to questions, label objects, and participate in structured routines, which were previously very limited. He has demonstrated growth in fine motor skills, including the development of a pincer grasp and completing tasks like stringing beads with minimal assistance. He has made measurable gains in gross motor development, meeting his physical therapy goals for balance, coordination, and functional movement. Behaviorally, while challenges remain, there has been a reduction in more severe behaviors, such as self-injurious behavior, along with improved engagement over time. And importantly for our family, he is making meaningful progress with toileting, which is being supported through structured programming in the classroom. I fully understand and appreciate that this progress is the result of a team effort. Therapists, paraprofessionals, and specialists all play an important role, but Mrs. Paez is the connector. She is the bridge that brings all those pieces together in a consistent functional program for my son. She ensures these supports are not isolated services, but a cohesive approach that allows him to learn, generalize skills, and succeed. These are foundational life skills. They are the result of consistency, expertise, and a teacher who truly knows how to reach him. At the same time, when reviewing his IEPs over time, there are changes in services that make maintaining consistency even more critical. For speech therapy for the upcoming school year, it's decreased from 3 times per week to 6 times per month. Again, my son is nonverbal, but showing emerging skills. That's now 12 times per month down to 6 times per month. That's a 50% decrease in his individual speech therapies. Occupational therapy has decreased from 2 times per week to 6 times per month. 8 times per month down to 6 times per month, a 25% decrease in individual occupational therapy. Physical therapy has shifted from weekly services to consult-only support. While I understand that services evolve as a child progresses, these reductions place an even greater importance on the quality, consistency, and daily implementation of his program. That consistency has been Mrs. Paez. Additionally, it's my opinion that this change to a monthly model is more at the convenience of the staff than for the benefit of the children affected. Since my last public comments, I have retained legal counsel to review my son's IEP, and deficiencies have been identified. We're currently working to schedule an emergent IEP meeting to address those gaps and ensure that his program is appropriate. At the same time, I have met with Mrs. Hussman and Mrs. Musara to discuss my son's upcoming transition. At this point, I've only received notification of who his ESY teacher is this morning, when it starts on Monday. Those gaps only reinforce how critical Mrs. Paez has been and continues to be to my son's success. Transitions for children with autism are not simple. They require planning, preparation, and trusted relationships. What has been described to me so far amounts to, at best, a brief introduction to a new teacher. That's not a meaningful transition, and it's a place children like my son at a risk of regression. My son's former preschool teacher is now listed on this evening's agenda for a transfer to the upcoming school year. Yet a completely different teacher, who hasn't had any interaction with my son, has been assigned for ESY. This introduces unnecessary and avoidable inconsistency during a time when stability is essential. The lack of alignment between ESY and the school year placement, particularly given the opportunity to provide continuity, is especially difficult to understand. Again, I only received this information regarding ESY this morning, which does not allow for that meaningful transition. The district committed to me to maintaining communication throughout this process, and that level of communication has not occurred, to the point where I've had to retain legal counsel. All of this underscores a larger point. Removing a teacher who's already proven trusted and effective just days before tenure creates unnecessary disruption for students who depend on consistency the most. For my son, it's not about a preference. It's about access and his right to fair and appropriate education. Mrs. Paez understands him. She has built trust with him. She has helped him make meaningful, documented progress. Removing her, particularly at a time when services are being reduced, transitions are unclear, and continuity is already at risk, creates a situation that is not in his best interest. I understand that personnel decisions are complex, but I ask that you consider the real and measurable impact of this teacher on student progress. Overturning this decision would not only preserve a highly effective teacher, it would preserve stability, continuity, and progress for students who rely on her every day. I did submit this statement in advance of the hearing to Dr. Giordano, so I recognize that circumstances may have evolved since I first wrote this. However, based on what I know today, my concerns are still significant, and my support for Mrs. Paez is unequivocal. I urge you in the strongest possible terms to overturn this decision. Allowing this non-renewal to stand just days before her tenure would remove a proven, trusted, and effective educator from students who rely on her for stability, continuity, and progress. That is a risk my child and others like him should not have to bear. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, I'm Amy Rubin, 53 Allcrest Ave. I wasn't planning on speaking today, but after seeing all of the wonderful accolades for all of our student athletes, I am standing in front of you requesting, as a proud member of the Mount Olive High School Baseball Diamond Club, your graciousness in considering helping us to get those boys the rings that they have been kind of told that they were getting. And then we found out that maybe that wasn't possibly the case because we couldn't afford it. So as a Diamond Club, we're obviously completely volunteer-based. We do an immense amount of fundraising, which we were extremely successful in this year. But with successful seasons comes additional expenses. And so we were able to, every time they had any kind of postseason game, we were able to do a preseason meal, which, although we went out to the community and were able to get some donations of food, when you're feeding 30+ players and coaches, that's a lot of food, as I'm sure any football player moms also know. And in addition to that, we were able to also fund for them their t-shirts that they were proudly awarded today for being the only team in New Jersey that beat Del Barton this entire year. So we know what an amazing season that they had. We, as the Diamond Club, tried our very best to give them everything that they needed. We also were, we had an unfortunate expense of $800 for additional baseballs, because unfortunately, as we continued to play, we needed, those are consumables, and so therefore something else that we were not expecting to have to pay for. We do have quotes from businesses for the rings. It comes in at under $1,000 and would allow us to get a ring customized for each of the players as well as the coaching staff that's part of this team. And so if it's something that you can tell me who to reach out to or who to follow up with, I would very much appreciate it on behalf of those boys and the rest of the Diamond Club. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the board will be going into closed session. I just want to address some of the parents who came up and spoke on the concerns that people emailed us all and raised. So we'll be hearing those tonight. Really can't get into detail about it because it's a personnel issue. Traditionally, I know, Ms. Rubin, don't get mad at me. I know the board has traditionally only bought rings for a team when they win a state title. So if we open up that can of worms, we do have a lot of teams that win, Morris County tournaments and championships. So certainly, I hear you. I even know, the money, we say that, we have a $150 million a year budget, all that thing, but it's about opening that can of worms with all the teams we have and what we're doing, so that's all. But certainly you and I can talk. I try to put you in touch with people to fundraise through people, and they can sponsor, or maybe, you can get a business in town to donate the rings or the money for the rings, and then like shine that company like at your backstops or something, like, so we can work on something to help you do something like that, for sure. And we'll go from there. But that's out of us doing that, it would be just open up a can of worms with the county tournaments. It's more like when they win a state title. Like even when football won the section title, but they don't win the outright state title, when they go to the meet of champions, they had to fund their own rings. So that's all. I just didn't want to burst your bubble on that. I understand it was a great win. I get it. We're all very excited, but it's just we have to keep in mind. But you and I can certainly talk, and I have some ideas and put you in touch with people that may be able to help you. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. You're paying for baseballs? I don't know why you're paying for baseballs. That's something you want to talk to Miss Souffle about. They should be paying for baseballs. Why'd you have to pay for baseballs? I don't understand that. So Dr. Banjo will get to the bottom of that, and we'll figure that out for you from there. I didn't hear that paying for baseballs. You shouldn't be paying for equipment. I mean, that's
not.
We'll find that out. Dr. Banjo will look into that for us and get back.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have it in my notes.
Super. But certainly then, if you weren't paying for those baseballs, you could have paid for the rings. Right. So we'll look into that. Dr. B's on that. All right, old business from the board. New business. Board comments, Mr. Petrie.
Congratulations to all the graduates last week, all the retirees. The speeches were awesome last week from the board members. Congratulations to all the athletes. And the track coach did mention, I know I have a soft spot for track, the two freshmen who made it to New Balance Nationals, Gabby and Kendall. Kendall has missed the last 2 years by 0.05 of a second, so she finally made it, so congratulations, Kendall.
And she's a freshman, yes?
She's a freshman, yeah.
That's it. Thank you. Ms. Bratt.
He took it again.
All right.
We need to let him go first every time.
Ms. Melendez.
Echo Mr. Petrie.
You go first every time.
Did I close? Did I close public session? I closed public session, didn't I? Yeah. I thought I did. Yeah, we closed public session, ma'am. If you're going to make a comment, public session's closed.
What is? Did we?
Did I? Did I close it?
I don't know that you actually did.
No, I don't think I did, ma'am. So if you have something to say, I apologize. I moved right in.
Come on
I got
up.
excited about answering those questions.
up.
Come up. Say your name and address for the record. I didn't close it. This is, we'll see. I left it with Ms. Aquino.
My name is Camila Cole. My address 159 Olivet Road, Flanders, New Jersey. I'm here to support Miss Sarah and Miss Teresa. I'm a mother of 11 years old, autistic and ADHD. And my days where I was crying, the only person who was there for me, that was Miss Sarah. She was there for me since day one until my son got better. My son at the beginning of the year, second year, he hates to read. The person who was there handing my hand, it was Miss Teresa. Miss Teresa and Miss Tara have been there for us in the hardest time. And this is my son, Gabriel. He wants to say things about Miss Teresa and Miss Tara. He's a little bit shy, just hanging in there. I am,
Yeah, lower that down for him. Is that good?
there you go.
Yeah, that's better.
Hi, I'm Gabriel Coe, and I'm here to stand for Miss Teresa and Mrs. Shantz. They're very good people, and I'm here. They're very kind-hearted. They help me when the hardest moments in my life. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
My name's Joe, Gabriel's dad. Miss Tara, she's been with us a long period of time because he needed a lot of help, and he wasn't hand over hand in kindergarten, in the daycare, and we actually were paying, and we did everything we can possibly to support him in a way. Miss Tara was definitely helpful because of COVID time. She was with him, and Miss Ms. Teresa, Mr. Chance actually been helping him, and we've actually been paying, getting extra help for Gabriel to read because he was really behind. He has a younger brother that is in the same school, and his reading level is a little bit higher than he is. And only reason why he got to where he is right now is because Ms. Chan's help. And I think she's been a great teacher, and she's, she's not, I guess in a sense that it's hard for her age, and I understand, new kids are, they don't have homework right now that they don't get, which I was actually surprised when we moved here, when you start going to school. And, she's been helping him with reading and everything, and vocabulary and everything else, so he got a lot better. And I see a lot of improvement with her. I don't know, CMS is doing what they can, but she's getting extra help with, what we're trying to do with her. And he's been, getting better. And he's going to 6th grade in middle school now. Hopefully he'll get help. And I think we are going to continue to, get help from Mr. Reese, for his reading. So, I just want to thank them, and I support, Ms. Chance and Tara for all the help that, they should give us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Now we're closing the public session.
There you go.
Ms. Aquino.
I second everything everyone else has said, and also want to say happy birthday to Miss Fitzgerald.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
Rude. Thanks for that.
That's it.
Super, Mr. Orzillo.
Happy birthday.
Thanks, Mark.
Look at that. Ms. O'Neill.
Congratulations to all the athletes, and also happy birthday.
Thanks, guys.
And I want to say thank you to all the parents that came out, and that we hear you and we're listening to what you have to say. Thank you for coming, taking the time to say everything you did.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. O'Neill. Ms. Fitzgerald.
Yeah, just going to echo what Ms. O'Neill said. Losing her tablecloth. It takes a lot of courage to get up in front of people and say anything. Public speaking is actually one of the biggest fears in the world. It's statistically proven. So we appreciate you guys taking the time and putting together the thoughts. We appreciate hearing from you and the amount of passion that you have for the human beings you talked about. So thank you so much for that. And Ms. Aquino, you're the worst.
Thank you. Ms. Figuera.
Nothing to add. Just ditto to everybody else, and happy birthday, Laura.
Look at that. I just have one thing to say for our parents who came out here and spoke. I do want you all to understand, and again, I can't talk a lot about this because of personnel, but this board through the years has made it clear to this administration, to Dr. Bangia, to Ms. McDermott, and through them to the supervisors and their building principals, that if they're going to recommend someone for not hiring back, that they have to do their due diligence. This board no longer wants to go in and see glowing, and this is, believe it or not, it took us a while to get here through Dr. Banjo got us there. We are demanding to see what's going on. At the end of the year, we have supervisors come in, principals come in. Mr. Moore keeps us updated every personnel meeting with what's going on. So I just want to rest assured that we do our due diligence. This is not just something at the end of the year, the administration comes in and says, okay, this is it, and we sit back and say, okay, these things, the board is made aware of this stuff years in advance. I just want to make everyone in this community aware of those things. We work with EMO, the union as well, to make sure, no one's blindsided by these things, at least as us as a board member. And so I just want everyone rest assured that the board will do its due diligence. The board has done its due diligence and will follow the processes that are in place with our contract with the Education Association of Mount Olive. With that being said, motion to recess into confidential session.
So moved.
Resolved that the board meet in confidential session for the purpose of discussing negotiations, personnel matters, attorney-client privilege, confidential pupil matters, pending or anticipated litigation, real estate matters. Be further reserved that matters discussed in confidential session be discussed to the public when the reason for confidentiality no longer exists. Action may be taken. We are in closed session. Thank you for coming out. Roll call, Ms. Schoening?
Mrs. Aquino?
Here.
Ms. Brett?
Here.
Mrs. Fitzgerald?
Here.
Mrs. Melendez? Mrs. O'Neill? Mr. Orzillo?
Here.
Mr. Petrie?
Here.
Mrs. Figuera?
Here.
Dr. Giordano?
Here. Motion to adjourn?